All right, let's do a test. Make sure that we are live. Generally, I do this by watching my own stream on my phone, which is also where I get chat messages at. So there's going to again be a slight delay while I confirm that I am indeed online. Please continue to bear with me. All right. It's looking like we are indeed live. Let me confirm that I'm being heard. Please continue to bear with me. Yes, we are live. Okay. So I have chat open. If you want to say hello or send me a message, you can do that. I am now going to share the link across my finite social media reach. Continue to bear with me if you can. I'm just dropping those links. You're not going to... those of you who find me here on... what am I on right now? YouTube? Yeah, YouTube. Those of you who find me via YouTube, you don't stick around too long. You generally tend to just poke your head in, see what I'm doing over here, and then move on, which is basically what I do with live streams and long-form content, so no judgment. If I ever want to have a chance at people sticking around for long enough to actually increase my metrics on the platform, I generally have to go advertise myself and announce myself via all my social media accounts. Facebook, X/Twitter, what have you. Anywhere where I'm at, I try to drop those links every time I go live in the hopes that more people will stop by. I don't demand that anybody stick around. I don't demand that anybody likes content that they don't enjoy. That's not really what's going on here. I think that the format of my streams would be very different if I was going exclusively just for more viewers, especially more viewers who stick around for the whole thing. I would probably at that point become a VTuber and just use a voice modulator to sound more like a female and just be like, jump around on the screen, animate boobies. You know, that'd probably reel them in a lot better. But I've always used my YouTube presence to kind of effectively just kind of chronicle my life, as it were. If I had the means to afford an action camera with a decent battery life to where I could actually just kind of body cam myself as I go through my day and I do my job on site, and it wasn't like in my way with one of these obnoxious rigs that these idiots wear walking around city centers, you know, just strapped to, you know, head to foot with cameras. I don't want all that. But if I had the means to wear a body cam to work so people could get a glimpse of what I do all day, I'd probably live stream and share that if it was possible as well. But the only time I'm really sitting in a place where I can continuously interact with anyone who might watch me online is when I'm here at home doing my thing, farting around playing video games. I'm not going to be uploading any pictures again of my work week this week because honestly I'm just too lazy and can't be bothered, and I don't think when I was doing it in the past anybody was tuning in for that. If anything, they'd rather watch me play 30 to 45 seconds of internet spaceships, shrug their shoulders, and then move on from my content. They didn't even come in and look at my work pictures and shrug their shoulders before moving on. They didn't come at all. So I will talk a little bit about my week and then move on to other things, such as playing video games, and honestly probably sitting here watching movies, TV shows, whatever, while playing video games, and while you guys tune in, and largely not interact in the comments, whatsoever. So, you know, it's going to be one thing, it's going to be one thing. Again, I would drastically alter the format of this live stream if I was ultimately trying to get, you know, 8 dozen people to watch me regularly every week. But if you've ever looked at the career, quote unquote, of content creation or attention getting or influencing or whatever you want to call it, it's hard knocks. Generally, these people don't just organically start getting viewers that just start coming more and more and more and more. And even with all of the wit and the charm in the world, what generally tips the balance is marketing. People like Styx Hexenhammer and Carl Benjamin, it was their timing of when they kind of emerged onto the scene with their hot takes on politics that got them their following. And it wasn't really, it was almost like dumb luck, if you want to call it that. And I'm not putting shade on these individuals or mocking them or deriding their accomplishments, but they were in a platform and a time when there was less competition for all the content that you can imagine, whether it be game streamers, commentators, talking heads, personalities. Like, it was just easier competition at the time. They were more persistent with their uploads. They had just enough spare time above and beyond people like me to where they could actually meaningfully advance their market value among viewers, and so it just played out for them differently. A lot of these thoughts and teenagers and people on Twitch, what they end up doing is they end up getting with a marketing team who sometimes they approach those marketing teams and sometimes these marketing teams approach them. Like, you know, if you're really pretty and you're eye candy and somebody just stumbles across your stream that works for one of these groups, they'll reach out to you, and then for a percentage of your viewership revenue, which I don't even know how that works, they effectively boost you and start shoving you down people's throats. And then the algorithm, of course, helps with this. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, most of my views have come from the algorithm. But a view does not translate as like somebody watching my whole stream. It's just somebody that gets funneled to my content. They click on it, seeing what it is. In less than a minute, they realize it's not for them, and then they just go watch something else. So it's kind of fickle, the whole thing. It's really a miracle at all that anybody gets famous in this day and age when everybody and their brother has a webcam and a nice microphone. Although I just got my nice microphone, like, what, 3 weeks ago, maybe? I don't know. So I'm not doing a video of myself. I could turn the camera on, I guess. It's not like I'm, ashamed of my appearance or anything. It's just nobody cares what I look like, and nobody really cares about what I say either. So I'd rather just sit here in my pajamas and play my video games and babble every so often to kind of stay engaged with my non-existent audience, as it were. So how did my week go, I guess? Let's get into the show. Here it is. It's about 12:15. I'm actually almost on time today with logging in and starting my stream, so hooray for me, I guess. My week was a Monday through Friday, so a 5-day work week for the first time in 2 weeks. I had previously gotten sick on Friday, the Friday before last, and then the preceding Monday from that came after a wet weekend, and I felt better by Sunday after falling sick Friday. I was in bed Friday and Saturday because I went home early. And then Sunday I was feeling good enough to get into stuff, but it was just raining and wet, so I couldn't do my car maintenance. And I commute very much for my job. I do like 600 to 900 miles a week of driving. So it wasn't exactly that I could just ignore an oil change when one is due, or tire rotations, or brake pads, or whatever. If my car needs it, it needs to get done, or else I can't drive. I drive too much to neglect those things. So it's a safety thing. And two, my car is the only reason I even have this job. So if I don't have a vehicle, there's no way I'm going to be making any money right now. So, yeah, I had to take Monday off and do all that car stuff. That went swimmingly. I got back to work Tuesday through Friday, another 4-day week, and I had 2 terrible paychecks as a consequence of this. Next Friday's paycheck should be amazing, considering I worked like 46 hours this past week. Here's hoping, anyway. Now, March has 5 weeks in it this year, so I have 5 full work weeks before the 1st of April. Hopefully that'll be enough to get me kind of financially squared away. I'm really hoping to have an S-type corporation in my name by the end of the month. This is really going to help me out a lot. On the money front, it'll allow my employer to take me off of payroll and just start cutting me checks or paying me in cash. I'll be able to send him out an invoice for my labor, get paid, write him a receipt, and then he's legally good to go. I'm legally good to go. And I can start delineating my income from me and into a company, because Social Security seems to think I'm just raking in cash over here. And if you look at my gross income, which is the only thing the Social Security Administration cares about, it looks pretty rosy. You're over here making, like, bank, they say. Significant gainful activity, which is anything over $1,500 a month, by the way. Now, I don't know if you've been aware, but where I'm at, here in Florida, you honestly cannot get an apartment for $1,500 a month. That's what the rent is. But there's extra fees. If you live in an apartment, odds are strong they're charging you for other things than just rent. And that's not all wrapped up in your overall rent price. That's in addition to whatever they're charging you a month. And then you have utilities. You're not legally allowed to live in a building without water and electric. That's going to cost you. So if you're paying $1,250 for your rent, your landlord's probably getting about $1,400 from you, and then you have water and electric. So if they consider $1,500 a month significant gainful activity, I don't know what to tell you about that. And I have absolutely no shame in converting my income into a corporate income and paying myself minimum wage for part-time, and then retaining my disability benefits. Because at the end of the day, there are people who are getting $3,200, and I'm not misspeaking, a month in food stamps alone, in addition to things like welfare, medical benefits through Medicaid, etc. They are just bathing in federal funds, and they're not doing anything to improve their situation. They're driving around in freaking Mercedes and BMWs with their welfare money, wearing impractically long, we're talking 4 or 5 inch long fingernails, to tell the world how little they are interested in doing any honest work whatsoever, because with hands like that, you're not going to accomplish anything. And they're totally Gucci with that. All I'm trying to do is keep my Medicare so that my lifelong condition that requires me to eat a pill for the rest of my life every day can continue, and I don't die the slow, painful, ignominious death of incremental organ failure over time because my thyroid is not being treated. Had I the income on an annual basis sufficient to pay out of pocket for doctor's visits, lab orders, doctor interpretation of those labs, and adjustment of my medication, and the acquisition of my medication, and I could do all that out of pocket, I would do so. But that costs about something like $17,000 a year if you pay for it yourself. I'm not a deadbeat. I work long weeks. If I work a 40-hour week doing my current job, that equates to me leaving at 6 a.m. in the morning and getting home something in the neighborhood of 6 or 7 p.m. at night, 5 days a week. I'm doing my part. And I have no shame whatsoever in the government helping me out, considering they tax the living fucking bejesus out of me every week. And I live in Florida, so there's not even a state income tax. All the money coming out of my check goes straight to federal shit. So some midget in Ukraine who loves Nazis can continue to profit from my hard labor, in addition to a bunch of drunk driving, stabby, shooty, rapey, illegal immigrants running around, not going to prison, not getting deported for terrorizing the native population. Because we got to give them free benefits as well off of my hard work. So yes, I am shamelessly trying to retain my Medicare. Anyways, we're doing a lot of roofing. I'm a concrete finisher. I don't belong on top of a house. I belong on the ground, putting a new driveway in, for example. I'm making the best of it. I work as hard as I can. I'm pretty unskilled at the roofing thing as of yet. I haven't picked up a nail gun, for example. I do pretty okay at tearing off roofs. I've learned a lot about how to do that effectively. I'm a downright master of cleaning up the yard, since I'm always the one that has to go down and do it. That's very it's very good for your self-esteem, you know. You can really pat yourself on the back and say, man, I'm ace tier labor over here cleaning pieces of petrified, brittle roofing felt out of the grass and picking up nails with a magnet. I do pretty good at it, but if you can't do pretty good at it, it's more of an indictment against you than it is a pat on your back for doing good at it, because it's not particularly a complicated affair. And it has to be done, and I'm willing to do it. I get paid to do anything I'm told to do, and so I do my best to do anything that I'm told to do, because that's what I get paid to do. We're doing a lot of roofing. The roofing will continue for weeks, I imagine. There was murmurings that the general contractor that I work for will have a concrete slab for me to work on, and I'm kind of excited about that, because that is my trade. That is my bread and butter. But in the meantime, I'm on top of houses doing things with shingles and felt and tar and all kinds of other fun substances. I do not like bull or roofing cement, as they call it. It's not something I enjoy interacting with. I still have tar on my arm that I couldn't get off Friday. It's been on my arm all weekend. It's going to probably be there. It's going to live there like a prison tattoo of roofing cement. It's not terrible. I mean, it's going to get more and more terrible as it gets closer to summer. I mean, it's starting to warm up out there, and I'm definitely feeling as though I've been thrown in a microwave as far as just the temperatures and just the general sun exposure. I need more long sleeve shirts, I guess. I have like 2 long sleeve work shirts. I need more of them. Otherwise I'm going to have to wash my clothes 3 times a week, so I have long sleeves to put on, because it's just nuking my arms. It's nuking my face. I have this little straw floppy hat that I wear, and it's not super great because it keeps blowing off my head because it's windy up there. And so I just get my face skin is just being cooked off of my face. I'm going to be prematurely old and raisiny, and I'm not going to stand for it. I'm just not going to have it. I mean, for what I earn right now, it's not worth losing the beauty, the absolute beauty of my face to the sun. I deserve so much better than to not have a beautiful face. After all, I might have to go after a great big fat person and cut off their face to wear over my own so that I'd still fuck me. You know, something. Drastic measures for drastic times, I suppose. I don't know. I wear sunscreen, but it just doesn't seem to do the trick. I think I might need to just paint my face in titanium dioxide white. Paint my ears, paint my neck, paint everything that exposes above my shirt, and just walk around like a freak. A white head. Like, painted white. Like, Whitey McWhiteness white. Like, actual white. Not like what black people think we are. Because we're not technically white. We're just all shades of tan, thank you very much. But they call us white. Let me tell you, I'm not white enough. I need to be so white that I reflect all the sunlight off of my, like, body so that I don't get darker. Because, I mean, if this keeps up, I'm going to start being considered a racist by the end of the summer because they're going to accuse me of wearing blackface. And I'm just going to have to explain to them, no, that's just skin cancer. Calm down. Anyway. It's not a great job. I'm not enjoying it. I was enjoying it at first because it's new, it's novel, but at this point, the thing has happened where, like I told him, I get bored if everything's the same all the time. Well, here we are. Sliding right into the pocket of every job is feeling more and more like the same. I'm going to stop engaging. I'm going to start looking for side work, and I'm going to work for this man until I get that S corporation, and then I'm going to flog it for all it's worth. I'm going to hound every general contractor whose name I can find and ask them for little jobs regarding concrete. Even if it's just sidewalks and whatnot, because I don't have a tractor, I don't have a dump trailer, I don't have a giant pickup truck to pull things around with. I'm pretty limited in what I have for tools to interface with construction work, but nonetheless, I suspect I can do enough side jobs to save up and get a trailer. My girlfriend has a hitch on her massive Ford Expedition, and she can take my car and I can take her truck, and I can pull a trailer, so I can just get a trailer and use that to haul some things and save up for, you know, maybe like a dump trailer, and then I can rent a tractor by the day to tear out old concrete and re-pour it with new concrete. There's things I can do to kind of fairly quickly grow my tool repertoire so that I can do larger jobs in decent time, providing I can stay busy. So the contractor that I'm working for is giving me a bunch of stuff I don't want to do, and I'm going to keep doing it until I'm in a position where I can do the things that I actually want to do. It's just the sum and substance of, as they say, coming up in the world. Which, nothing bad about it. The guy I work for is a pretty great dude. I've known him most of my life, actually, funny enough. He used to have other hats that he would wear other than general contractor, and I have a lot of respect for the man. The bulk of his so-called employees are his children, so it's very much a family business in a very literal sense. And I have a high regard for a lot of those guys. They're all a very good family. They're good people. And I owe this guy an awful lot for reaching out to me and helping me out when nobody would call me back for any of the literal hundreds of job applications that I put in to work closer to where I live. So the fact that I have to drive some 40 some odd miles at the closest to go to work every day could be worse. Could be worse. Because, I mean, I could be stuck waiting to be called back from one of these wagey grocery stocker or food microwaver or cash register monkey jobs that just pay absolutely nothing, and all of your coworkers are basically just on welfare and there to work part-time so that they can pretend like they tried. They show up, they get paid, they do effectively nothing while they're on the clock, and then they go home. That is not me. I actually like to work for the most part. It makes me feel like I'm entitled to be indignant when the government takes portions of my pay without my consent. You know, how do you feel indignant about the government taking money from you if you've done nothing to earn the money that they took from you? Consider that. It's a fascinating phenomenon, these lazy people, these lazy fucks. But we live in a culture of wages where effectively almost everyone that surrounds you has no understanding or relationship with reality regarding how money actually flows from customer to you. You have this job, you work at a business, you don't know how that business came to exist, you don't know how that business continues to exist, you don't know why that business exists, and you don't even know what your actual relationship with that business is. You just clock in and somehow magically you get paid by the hour, and none of it makes any sense to most of the people you talk to about this. They have been insulated their entire life from how a business functions. And so as a result, it's not a surprise to me that so many people in the work, doing the work, just working workers, that they're stupid, they're worthless, that they don't work for shit, and that they're basically not even worth half the wage that they're paid. Do you know, for example, that for every $100 your employer pays you, they have to pay $60 on top of that to the government for things like OSHA compliance, withholdings for workman's comp, safety insurance for you, so when you fall and hurt yourself, that particular company's not paying out of pocket to cover your ass while you recover from your stupidity and your clumsiness. Like, the government demands that they basically pay an additional 60% of what they pay you to third parties to even have you. So to have an employee, you pay $100, they have to pay $160. People don't realize this. So when you ask, why don't they just hire more people so that we're not so short-staffed, a lot of the smaller businesses would like to, but can't afford to. And this is another driving force of why raising wages destroys small businesses and leaves only massive corporations, who treat workers, by the way, more shitty than the small businesses do and offer less opportunities than small businesses do. It's just you don't realize it because you're busy complaining about the number you see at the end of the week after the taxes are taken out. If more people actually had started a small business of their own and experimented with working for themselves, there might be a better understanding of some of these dynamics in play and how much the rich that you would like to eat actually stick their neck out for you already. I'm not saying that you should be thankful to a shitty employer. I'm just merely stating that you have no understanding of what they're going through to create a job for you to sit there and effectively pick your nose for $14 to $18 an hour. And so we came to Saturday. I ran a bunch of errands. I took the vast majority of what was left of my meager paycheck after grabbing a few things from the grocery store, dumped it onto my prepaid debit card so that all the people that wanted to stab me in the wallet for my beginning of the month bills that are coming due can charge me and not, cut off my service to all the various things that I, pay to have. And today I'm playing video games, and I'm going to play video games all day, and it's going to be glorious. I do at some point have to go out and pay my phone bill. I'm getting out of a bank account for an abusive relationship with a bank that I had done business with for over a decade, and the way my cell phone is set up with auto pay, if I don't go manually pay it before the 7th, they're going to charge that bank account again, and everything's going to go very poorly. Rob likes to turn it to where the fan never shuts off even when the AC is not running, and it's just running really loud, really high intensity, just blowing room temperature air around in between the air conditioner cutting on and off. If you want to push it over to eco, it'll shut the hell up for the vast majority of the time, and the fan will only come on when it's actually cooling the room off. Because everybody wants to hear the ambient noise of the air conditioner nonstop, and then I switch it over, and then as soon as I leave the room, it just gets switched back over. It's very banal. I don't appreciate it very much. Now, I shot that Triglavian extraction node. I totally shot that Triglavian extraction node, and it did not blow up. I'm not going to go flying back over there to shoot it again, so we're just going to abandon it. I hope nothing juicy was in it, because we're not going after it. We don't have the time. We got to keep moving. So through the transfer conduit we go to the next room. I don't know. I'm ranty today. I've been in the worst mood. Yesterday I had the most fascinating experience. I realized my Fitbit was not on my wrist when we went to go leave the one job I was working on to go do a quick patch on another job, which, by the way, it turns out that patch was not so quick, but we could not have known that at the time. And I was like, oh, wait, where's my Fitbit? And then I got to thinking it might be in the bottom of this dumpster full of roofing debris from when we tore off the roof. And so I'm like, fuck, I'll have to go look for it later, or I don't know. We get underway going down the road, and I saw something slide off the roof of my car in my rearview mirror and hit the road. Oh my God, it's my Fitbit. So I pulled over immediately, ran over to get it, watched the man run it over in the road. And then the next car stopped for me to run out and grab it. Of course, I saw that it was shattered. I was beside myself with just immediate... Please don't open that. The glare. And, something ran over. Where was I? What was I? Oh, the Fitbit. Yeah. And so, I don't know. I was upset. I have a shattered Fitbit. This thing's like $180, $200. And so, overtaken by just this anger, I had my coworker in the car. We were carpooling to the next job. I was like, hold on a second. And I proceeded to follow this dude. He tried to elude me through taking a few turns. And then finally we ended up in a church parking lot. And then I approached his vehicle after getting out of mine, both my hands visible. And he's like, not sure what to do. And when I kind of was like made signals that I wanted to talk to him, he rolls down his window. He's like, what do you want from me? Why won't you leave me alone? Why are you following me? I was like, I'll explain everything. He's like, okay, question mark. Sir, you ran over my Fitbit. And he's like, what? I was like, my watch. I held it up and showed it to him all broken and what have you. And he's like, I didn't see it. I was like, it looked to me that if you would have kept going straight when I was standing at the road waving at you as frantically as I could, if you would have just kept driving straight, you would have just drove right over it, like with neither of your wheels hitting it. And then you swerved to hit it, is what it looked like to me. And he's like, I didn't see it, I swear. And I was like, I didn't know what to say. I'm sitting there staring at him, looking him in the eye. And he's like, look, what do you want? And I was like, I don't know. At least an apology would be nice. You know, like, you just basically cost me all this money. And, like, I was waving at you, please don't hit my watch. You know, I was trying to get your attention. And you were looking at me driving, and you just swerve and hit the watch. He's like, I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. I apologize. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, is that all you want? Do you want anything else? I'm like, I don't think so. I'm upset because my watch is broken. And he's like, look, I'm sorry about your watch. I'm like, all right, well, look, I didn't mean to make you nervous or uncomfortable or freak you out following you and whatnot. I'm not trying to, like, give you any trouble. You broke my watch, and I'm kind of upset, and I don't know what to do. And he's like, again, I'm sorry about your watch. And I said, I'm sorry about the way this all went down. I needed to confront you because my watch. And he's like, he's like, I promise I didn't see it. And I was like, all right, well, for what it's worth, have a nice day, sir. And then we kind of went separate ways. And then I had to go find my way back to, like, the route to get to the next job. And of course, my coworker's kind of looking at me funny, not like I'm insane or whatever. He's just kind of like, what did he say? And I was like, he apologized. And he's like, oh. He's like, did he give you any money? I was like, I didn't ask him for any. Yeah, if I would have been wearing my watch, it would have never happened. So, I mean, I'm partly responsible, I suppose. But, like, it was very upsetting because now I have a smashed Fitbit. For the record, it does function, but I can't get it wet because the screen's cracked really bad. And if I get it wet, it's gonna destroy it immediately. I've looked into all the options. My extended warranty that you always have to buy with a Fitbit. You always have to buy the 2-year warranty because if you don't, you're fucking screwed. That's expired. I bought it too long ago. I've had it for longer than 2 years, so that's done. So I'm not going to get any help financially with replacing it. My pay was shit this week, so I don't really think about buying it until maybe next week. I mean, I'm going to have a pretty good paycheck this coming Friday, but I don't even know if I can afford to buy it then. We'll burn that bridge when we're standing on it. They do sell screens that you can take the shattered one out and replace the entire screen. But if I do that, I might as well replace the battery too, because I've had this thing for more than 2 years, and over time, you know, rechargeable things like cell phones, smartwatches, and tablets, the battery shits out on you. And so the battery's like 20 some odd dollars, and then the screen's like 80 some odd dollars, and then you need a little kit of all these little prying, these little plastic pry things that like you take in air. So what you do is you take a heat gun, and you basically hit the watch with the heat gun to loosen up the glue, because all this stuff is glued together, is how it's kept together. And then you use the pry tools to pry it off and unplug everything and plug everything back in with the new watch face, and then you use glue to glue it all back together. So you have to spend $8 for the screen, 20 some odd dollars for the battery. Then you have to pay for shipping and handling, and then you need the little toolkit, which you can get for $20 on Amazon, but then you also need the glue, so that's like $9 or $10. And at the end of it all, you're ending up paying like very close to what it would cost just to replace the entire Fitbit outright. And so that's probably what I'm going to have to end up doing, because it's the only thing that makes any sense whatsoever. Holy cow, there's a lot of capacitor drain in this room. Right. Yes, I'm getting cap drained like an SOB, and there's not much I can do about it. Yes, I'm going to run out of capacitor soon. There's nothing I can do about it either, so they're about to suck dry my ability to keep my micro warp or my afterburner on. This is not a good room for me. Fortunately, I have a passive tank, so
the capacitor is empty.
Their capacity to harm me is mildly limited. I said mildly, didn't I? I mean, they're hurting me, but I don't think they're going to be able to destroy me. Oh, shit. No wonder. God damn it. Using the wrong ammo. I'm like, why is things not exploding? And then the truth comes out. I have the wrong ammo loaded. That explains everything. Fortunately, this is the last room, so all of these snafus that occurred at the last minute will be perhaps less damaging than my completion time. Perhaps. I didn't drop my tractor unit, so... Anyway, so that happened yesterday, and that really ruined my day. And then we ran out of daylight, so we couldn't finish the patch job, and then of course it's going to rain this weekend, it says, and we're really hoping it doesn't, because we didn't finish the patch job. It's going to leak, and these things can't leak, and we didn't finish the roof that we needed to finish yesterday either, the whole roof that we're shingling, because that's... Our contractor needs that to get paid to keep the ball rolling, and like, we ran out of time. We have... It feels like we just don't have enough labor, but like we do have enough labor. It's just we're trying to pull things apart from too many different directions, and like in reality there's this great issue because 4 of the guys we have on the roof don't drive, and so 2 of the guys of the 6 have to go running around town to get the other 4 guys to get them on the job, and it fucks everything up. It fucks everything up. The 2 temp helpers that we have, they're not particularly motivated and hardworking anyway to begin with, and then you have to go physically get them and bring them to the work. And then the 2 guys who are motivated live like 45 minutes away, and so it's like you got to pick them up, you got to drop them off. They don't drive, they don't want to drive. I don't know. It takes time out of everybody's life, and then I have to spend time out of my life to go get them, or my coworker has to do the same, and while we get paid to drive them around, that's time taken away from me and time taken away from the work itself. If we could just go straight to the job and go straight to work, all of us, a lot more would get done, but you lose 2 hours of a workday catering to these non-driving SOBs. It's not ideal. The GC is like trying to move his two best guys closer to where all the work's happening, and they just refuse to move closer because they just don't understand. Well, why would I want to move there? I'm happy where I live. Because you live too far away from the fucking work, and we're tired of driving you around. Maybe it's probably something to do with it. But I want my boss to be happy. I want my boss to be confident, and I want him to stay very busy. Because if we're not getting more work and we're not doing the work we are getting on time and keeping our customers happy, then we get less customers. If we get less customers, I have no work. And if I have no work, I don't get paid. So I'm not worried necessarily about what I'm getting this coming Friday. I'm worried about continuing to get stuff every Friday. And it's not like McDonald's where you just arbitrarily are always going to get paid and you're always going to get paid the same amount. Sometimes you get more, sometimes you get less. Sometimes construction slows down, sometimes construction gets busy. So half the time when you start making amazing paychecks, you have to put aside at least 15% for when you have weeks where it rains all week and you literally cannot go to work because it won't stop raining. And when you start losing time on one week and you don't save money from when you had a good week to even it out, so I mean it takes a little bit of budgeting. That's part of life in construction, is you got to budget your gains. Nonetheless, I do want to have that S corporation by the end of the month. I plan on starting off trying to do some decorative micro toppings over existing concrete, maybe doing some patios, small driveway repairs where like sometimes when somebody drives something heavy on a driveway, it like cracks on a corner and you can cut that out and re-pour it. I don't know. I might also get into some other just odds and ends. I'm probably just going to essentially advertise my services as a handyman service to start with and just arbitrarily try to do small around the house work for people who either physically are unable to do it themselves or don't have the expertise for odds and ends. I might find myself hanging shelves or televisions in people's walls or something. I don't know. But the beginning of my corporate existence is probably going to be in the form of a handyman service. And then I'm just going to start looking for odd little jobs to do for a few bucks here and there in my immediate surroundings, and hopefully have better relationships with my neighbors to where they call me to do bigger and bigger things as I get more tools and therefore the capacity to do more elaborate, complex, and large-scale work. I really hope to God it doesn't amount to me painting a whole lot, because I fucking despise painting. And also, too, I'm not a meth head, and almost every person in the painting industry and construction are a bunch of meth heads. I'm not exaggerating, and I'm not going to name any names, but all these painting crews that paint houses and all that, they're mostly whacked out on meth. That's how they're so fast. That's how they do such a quick job. And doubt me not, they're hard workers. They're good, but they're just all methed up. It's an absolute meth. It's pretty methy. I wouldn't meth around with that if I were you. As a career, I mean. Honestly, to a great extent. So for that matter, our tree climbers and tree trimmer services, a lot of those dudes are all just whacked out on speed as well. But a lot of those types of things need to transpire as quickly as possible. You need a fast turnaround time to really profit, because you're not getting paid to a whole lot of money to do painting. It's not like a really high payout thing. So the faster you get it done, the more jobs you can do, the more money you end up with. So it would make kind of sense for you to be all sped out, I suppose. Tree trimming, actually, there's a little bit more money in it, actually, but there's a little bit more overhead than with painting, because tree trimming requires some advanced equipment, including cherry picker, bucket trucks, wood chippers, chainsaws that will most definitely get burned up, worn out, and you'll run through chainsaws like crazy and have to continuously buy them or parts to keep them running, new bars, new chains, new engines for them, and just whole new chainsaws entirely, and this, that, and the other. And then let's just say you're just a small outfit of one or two guys, and all you do is climb the tree and cut off branches by hand. Still, you're going to have to cut all that up and haul it off with something, aren't you? So you got to have a trailer, perhaps. There's a little bit more overhead in tree trimming than with painting, which is why tree trimming costs the homeowner more money. So if you want a palm tree in your front yard gone, it's going to cost you more than if you want your house painted, oftentimes, because there's overhead. And then what are they supposed to do with all that debris? With concrete, I can tear out an entire driveway and take the broken up concrete to the dump, and they actually don't charge you any money to dump it because they can recycle it by grinding it up and using it to create like road base, which is like this gravel like stuff that they put down as like a layer of new roads. They can also grind it down and mix it up with Portland and do precast things like concrete park benches and what have you. You can actually do things with the concrete, so it costs you nothing to dump it, but it's not really the case with tree debris. If I haul a big old trailer of chopped down tree pieces, I'm going to have to pay to dump that. Now, you'll note if you drive around in the back roads and you live out in the county that a lot of illegal dumping transpires revolving around tree debris. That's one way to get around the cost of hauling it off, but I do not recommend it. Not only is it illegal, it's a dick move, and half the time you're dumping that stuff in a place that inconveniences other people. Like drunk rednecks that are just trying to go for a four-wheel ride. You just dump that shit in their trailhead, and now they can't get into their favorite little riding track. What the hell? Rednecks never did anything to you. And I would like to see more drunk rednecks who ride four-wheelers on private property be a little more considerate to the environment and not leave beer cans and whatnot behind and not litter and actually take all of their open containers with them and properly throw them away when they leave the trail. Maybe, just maybe, if they had their wife drive home so that they're not driving under the influence and they didn't litter when they were trespassing to illegally ride around in other people's property, less people would have a problem with them doing it. I'm just saying. When I was a kid, I used to do a little bit of trespassing and driving around on county property on my four-wheelers, and I never littered. If I brought candy bars and other snacks with me because I was doing the devil's lettuce and I'd get hungry, I would always take a grocery bag with me and just put all my trash in there so that I wasn't leaving a mess. You know, when I got older and I was old enough to drink, because I actually didn't like the taste of alcohol until I was like 22 or something. So funny enough, I actually didn't start drinking until I was of age to drink. I would take my beer cans and my beer bottles with me and actually throw them away instead of just throwing them out in the woods. And, you know, if I shat in the woods, I would actually take my my toilet paper and my shit and shit in a hole and cover it up. These little things that you're just considerate about. What, this water? Can you pour me a little before you take it? Honey? Beloved? Dearest? Okay. I've just been confronted with the very real possibility of dehydration. I'm doomed. Witchcraft? I did say that, but then, you know, here we are at noon, and noon to 4. I can take a break and grab some moment, like, well, not momentarily, like, in 2 minutes, but shortly. Anyway. Oh, yeah. Rednecks trespassing and riding their four-wheelers on private property and littering. Don't do it. Well, look, I'm supposed to say don't trespass either. And I suppose for legal purposes, I'm going to say don't trespass either. But if it just so happens that you find yourself trespassing, please do not litter. Please do not damage the terrain above and beyond what your tires do. I mean, we all got to have fun somewhere, and we all got to get into something and find something enjoyable to do. And if all you're doing is just driving around in the woods, having a fun time and listening to your terrible music and having some drinks, I find that to be one of the most least harmful hobbies of all of the things that degenerate young kids get into. I mean, it's sure better than going to a trap house and learning how to sell hard drugs and whoring out your little sister, isn't it? Just saying. But anyways, for the time being, I think what's going to happen is after I finish this filament that I'm doing right now, I'm going to take a quick break and go bring in some water jugs from the vehicle because my girlfriend asked me to, and I was supposed to, and well, look, I was going to start my stream. I wasn't just going to stop doing it because I was already going to be late if I didn't, and I would like to be on time, noon to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday with my stream. If I'm not consistent, then nobody's going to know that I do this on the regular, and I'm not going to have return customers coming to stare at me doing boring things on a video game and listening to my babbling. So there is a degree of consistency required of me on this, even if the things that I'm doing are not interesting to anyone besides myself. But yeah, I'm going to finish this filament. I'm going to babble my way through this filament, and then when I get back from grabbing some jugs of water, which will take no time whatsoever, I'm probably going to be playing another video game. I don't know what yet. And there may be less talking because when I go to play that other video game, the odds are pretty favorable that I'm going to unpause this movie that I was watching before it was time for me to stream, because it is like the only whole day of the weekend that I get to just sit and play video games, veg out, and watch shows, and I'm bent on sharing 4 hours of that with my non-existent audience, but I don't know. I don't have 4 hours of interesting things to talk about, and I don't have 4 hours of charm and wit and elocution to lavish upon my non-existent viewer base. Would that I had, but I would have to spend an entire week writing 4 hours of content, I suppose, and not enough happens to me in a week to generate 4 hours of content, and honestly, I don't have the spare time in my 24-hour cycles 5 days a week to generate 4 hours of babbling. I just don't have the goods. It's like I don't live an interesting enough life, and I just don't have enough spare time to disseminate that interesting enough life into something that's interesting enough to listen to for 4 hours straight. Pretty much everybody that I watch that does these live streams for 4 hours or longer, or even longer than an hour and a half for that matter, they start just trailing off and just losing the point, like losing the narrative, like they lose the thread. That's what I'm trying to say, lose the thread. Like I watch this one guy, Nerdrotic, and then basically he just gets 6 or 7 people on a panel, and then they just kind of arbitrarily like get lost in the minutia. Like, so they pick out like a few headlines, let's say half a dozen headlines or something, and then they go through these headlines, but they don't really go through the headlines, because they'll get into a headline and then they'll go off on a tangent and just start discussing some arbitrary nonsense and cracking wise about this one minute element, not even complete the entire discussion over that one topic for like 45 minutes because they spend 20 minutes making dick jokes or something. And honestly, I don't watch a lot of those long form pieces of content because, again, there's no structure to them, number one, and number two, it's frustrating if you get interested in a news article they're discussing that they just get stuck in some kind of little tangent, and then they don't really spend any real time talking about the parts that you might be interested in hearing. But because at the end of the day, when you find yourself liking a content creator, 9 times out of 10, it's pretty strong odds that like it's just dumb luck that you like the content that they interact with, because like they're just going to do what they're going to do. It's their show. It's not your show. Likewise with me, it's just I don't have a lot of famous, well-known content creators to panel up with so that we can all just share the load of babbling for 4 hours straight about incoherent bullshit. It's just me over here doing all the heavy lifting, and I'm not anybody that's particularly fascinating. I haven't lived a life such that gives me anecdotal stories to tell for hours on end of interesting and shocking things that I've either encountered or endured. I mean, I could tell you my life story, and that could fill up about 80 to 120 hours to tell it all, but it's pretty fucking depressing. It's not exciting, it's not fun, it's not funny. It's not something that you'd want to sit and listen to. It would just depress you. And there's really no lessons to be taken away from it either, if I'm being honest, because if there were, then I would have learned those lessons perhaps, or I had a chance at it, and might be living a very different life than the one I'm living today. But since I've learned effectively nothing from my life other than not trusting people is probably a safer bet than arbitrarily putting your faith in random strangers, I guess that would explain why I'm still in the grips of crushing poverty and despair. At least I'm not a hard drug addict, so I suppose I didn't do that bad. There's people worse off than me that are financially better off than me because they do smack or something. I don't know. But nonetheless, I'm not exactly a role model. I'm not exactly a very smart person. I'm definitely not a gifted person, although I do pretty well working with my hands and fixing things and learning how to use tools, but I wouldn't call myself an expert at that, because if I were, I'd be getting paid like an expert instead of just getting paid median unskilled labor wages. So, I don't know. I'm hardly exactly the envy of anyone in particular. There might be some kids out there, some minors, for example, that please don't be watching my show if you're that young, because I have a potty mouth and I say some pretty atrocious shit sometimes, but you might find it cool that this 39-year-old dude's driving around in a car that he almost owns, and he plays these video games when he wants to play them. Well, no, I don't play them when I want to play them. I want to play them all fucking week, but I can't because I'm working. I put an insane amount of hours just to make a mediocre amount of money. I mean, what is that? Like, let's just say 11 hours a day on average. So what's that? 55 hours a week, and I'm pulling in pay for, like, on average about 30-something hours a week. That just makes me an idiot. A gullible idiot that's just ripe for usury. And boy, do I get used. And there's nothing to be done for it either, except for just take it and like it and be thankful that I have a nice computer. It's not even that nice either. I mean, it's better than what a lot of people have, I guess. It's somewhat above average. I got a RTX 3600. I got a pretty decent, I don't even know if I have an i5 or an i7. I think it's like an i5 12600 or something in it. And I got like 16 gigs of RAM. I really want 32 gigs. And then I also want a bigger power supply. And optimistically, it would be super dope to have like a 40 series Ti of some kind. But my laptop that I bought off a friend, it's like an old dinosaur Omen gaming laptop. It's got a 1050 in it, GeForce 1050. And so this is like a 3060. So, I mean, if I was to carry that trend moving forward and I was to keep the trend of graphics card evolution for the gaming computers that I've lived with, this being my newest one that I bought like early last year, I suppose the next graphics card I should actually own is a 5070. You know, because 1050, 3060, then I guess I should get a 5070. That would be a lot of card for me. I don't even game in like 4K or 8K or anything. So for, you know, like 1080p, like that, pretty much run everything on Ultra with a 5070, no matter what it is. Just, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Just Ultra graphics for everything. Shit, I could probably blow the doors off some VR, but God. If I can afford a 5070, though, I suppose there's no excuse not to own a Valve Index full set with both bases for motion tracking. Although one of the biggest fears that I have about VR is the consumerism of it. I mean, there's a very, very high likelihood that I'm just going to just devolve into just way too much time on VR chat, cooming around with a bunch of nonsense furry idiots if I had a headset like that. I know myself. I'm too weak-willed. I'm going to hang out with a bunch of degenerates and just become one myself. It's not going to be to anyone's benefit. So maybe it's better that I don't get enmeshed in VR. I absolutely will not own anything from Meta. I can tell you that right now. So Oculus, Quest, Go, whatever. Never going to own any of those headsets because I'm always on Zuckerberg's shit list because all I do is mock that stupid robot. And all of his street shitting tech bros and all of his blue-haired freaks and HR and sensitivity departments and all that, always just like reporting everything you say because it's offensive. Like, fuck all that, dude. I'm always in timeout on Facebook. I don't even bother going on Instagram anymore because I report CP and they just leave it up. So you got a bunch of kid diddlers just sharing all kinds of egregious content that honestly somebody should be just like beaten near to death and then sent to prison to be finished off by the other inmates, like, and then they're just sharing that type of content all over Instagram and nobody puts a stop to it. I refuse to be on Instagram. It's kitty smut everywhere. So like I don't even, that's why I'm not on Instagram. It's disgusting. And then outside of that terrible egregious practice, you just got a bunch of stupid women using all kinds of touch-up photo editing and filters to lie about their appearance and just be massive catfish solely for the sake of attention. Please like my photos. Like, that's literally the entirety of the platform. Why, when I was your age, what we used Instagram for was to share pictures of our food. And to be honest with you, that wasn't perhaps the healthiest thing in the world. It was good times, because then you could brag about, like, you know, how your meal looked plated out. And it actually gave you a pretty strong compulsion to not go out and eat, but actually cook for yourself and make it look good. Because then other people could resent you for eating better than them, or at least have the appearance of eating better than them. And it was one of those competition things that actually had a knockdown effect that was positive for society. And then the whores came, busted out cleavage, butchered their face with software to make themselves look prettier than they actually do, even with all the makeup skills in their arsenal, and just ruined the platform. And then a bunch of creeps came along and are like, oh wow, I'm noticing that some of these girls are definitively deep below 18 and of age. Maybe I should start bringing this to other creeps' attention, and we can creep out on this platform. And while we're at it, let's just share some all-out egregious, like, openly criminal and morally objectionable, like, content of acts being performed on people that, number one, legally are not of a means to consent for it, and two, are victims by any metric with which you would choose to judge this whole situation. And it's like the platform, and the Zuck is okay with it. Zuckerberg is fine with it, because if he wasn't, he'd do something about it, and he doesn't. And he's been to Congress, and then Congress pretends to give him a hard time, a little bit of a show trial situation. He's like, oh my God, I didn't mean it for it to turn out this way. And they never do anything because he pays them to do nothing. So they'll talk all this shit to this psycho who just apparently is just huge fans of child sexual exploitation, and him and all of his employees at Meta. They love it. They endorse it. They are for it. They support it. And the government, whose job it is to make sure something like this never happens in the first place, does nothing because they're paid not to. They're paid to do nothing about it. I'm not going to be able to salvage anything from this room. There's just not enough time. Truth is, I might not have enough time to survive this room. I might actually die. Yes. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying to salvage anything from this room. Oh God, I'm starting to feel the adrenaline kick in. I'm getting shaky hands. I'm having trouble activating my modules. I don't know where the time went on that one. I think I was just ranting too hard. Yeah, by the time I would have deployed my mobile tractor unit, like, I just lost a whole room. All that loot just gone. What a terrible way to end my little streak.
Drive active.
I'm just sitting here in my groove, doing my thing, streaming like I always stream every day, or every week, and then this, that, and the other. What has been true for the last 8 or 9 weeks, Sunday between noon and 4? Let's have some clarification on that arbitrarily.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Next time, just ask me what fucking day it is. I'm not going to sell these until I get up to 10,000 of them. And I'm not going to sell this until I get past 1 billion because even though it says 576 million estimated price, I'm going to go put it on market and it's going to be something like, I don't know, 400 million on a good fucking day. Now I'm in a piss poor mood. I lost out on an entire room full of loot and I have people, hey, is it Sunday? Thanks for the external distraction. Thanks for that. Appreciate that. That's fucking real constructive. I'll be right back. So, yeah, we're not doing that again. Hmm? I'm sitting back down. I am returning to my seat. My seat has been returned into my seat. I have returned, and we are now sitting back down. While I was away, absolutely no one said absolutely anything whatsoever. And in response to that, I have to agree with you. No one saying nothing whatsoever. Yeah. So last week we played Bum Simulator.
Feel like I'm really dizzy and like I feel like my kidneys hurt or something and my heart is going a mile a minute.
Hmm.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the Anti-Waste Effort for Stress Testing of Materials on Exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts into the Awesome Resource Sink, depending on their amount and complexity, will grant you coupons in the Awesome store, which can be exchanged for bonus rewards. Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional options, which will be added to the Awesome store in the future. Go that extra kilometer. Go Awesome.
Hmm? Not surprising. Mm-hmm.
The mycelia within this fungus suggests strong molecular bonding features frequently observed in adhesives and medicine, both beneficial for field research. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Apparently, I've irradiated myself.
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
Mm.
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
Hmm. Hmm. But are you there, bro? Are you? He's not still in control, and you have no idea what I'm talking about because I'm watching a movie. By the way, if you're curious about what I'm playing, it's called Satisfactory. It's a game of conveyor belts and extractors and smelters and processors and constructors, and the overarching goal, since the game is still in development, is to build a space elevator all the way to its completion. You unlock more tech as you play the gameplay loop, allowing you to build more elaborate factories. I'm actually breaking down my factories, and yes, I'm cheating because I've played this game many times in the past, and I actually want to enjoy my time instead of waiting eternally for a few things to finish so I can build the next tier of technology. All of this factory floor will be filled with facilities in time.
Milestone reached. Steel production unlocked. Foundry grants access to new, simple steel parts. An additional project part can now be constructed. Progress to the next phase is now possible.
Hmm. Let's go on a road trip and look for some coal to pay the coal toll. Yeah. Hmm.
most valuable artifact. Harvest it. Breaking news from Earth. Widespread chaos and mayhem. World President urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts. Comply. I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen. Milestone reached. Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container and enhanced conveyor belt efficiency.
Hey, watch out, use! Watch out where you's going, use! Hey, use can't not go. No, watch out where you's going, use! Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Mm.
Milestone reached. Pioneers can now store excess power for later use and span power lines across vast distances. Stored power is automatically distributed in cases of low power output. You've got the power. Milestone reached. Long-range transportation, as well as the construction of outposts, is now encouraged. Vehicle stations have built-in functionality to refuel and restock or collect parts.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
R&D inflated your pocket dimension and has provided a jetpack, which operates on oil-based fuel, for increased navigational capabilities as well as odds of survival.
Oh, yeah. Mm, mm. This is a much better way to play. It's bad enough there's a delay and waiting for the rockets come back to unlock the next tech tree, you know? So just imagine waiting for all these items to be manufactured and having to build entire factories and then wait for them to pump out all this. It's ridiculous. It is cheating. But it's a single player game. It's my game. I'm going to cheat. And there's a lot worse cheating. I could turn off the build cost for everything entirely. Unlock all the tech tree. Gross. This dude's about to rail his cousin.
Milestone reached. The fuel generator will match power generation to the increased consumption of recently acquired technologies and buildings. Additionally,
Go for nap
improved
nap
conveyor
time.
belts and lifts can now be constructed. Caterium scanning unlocked.
Him go for nap time. Him go for nap time. Hello? Hello? For those of you currently tuning in, I'm waiting the 10 or so minutes before I can unlock the next tech item. I believe I selected fluid handling so that you can move fluids on a conveyor belt. I do so love this microphone. It sounds amazing, especially compared to the one that was in my webcam, so far away from my mouth. This one I can get right up there. You're hearing it right as it comes out of my lips. We're talking 4 inches in distance, and I can adjust that too. Even like 6, 7 inches away, it still sounds pretty good.
Milestone reached. Fluids can now be packaged to allow for transportation via vehicle and conveyor belts. Additionally, highly improved biofuel can now be produced. Milestone reached. Improved pipelines and pumps can now be constructed, capable of handling increased throughput of any fluid, as well as providing increased pressure handling for better vertical transport, respectively.
Ah. Mm-mm.
Milestone reached. Fixit Incorporated has processed and incorporated frequent Pioneer requests for pipe-based personal transport. Introducing Hypertubes. Safe, aesthetic, adaptable, fun. Enjoy a view of your hard work as you soar through incredibly tight turns. Build them today. Note: Fixit Incorporated is not responsible for any harm caused by irresponsible use of this product. president urges all citizens to do their part and harvest alien artifacts. New technologies can be developed based on this new, superconductive, gold-like element, primarily in power and electronics. A new research tree can now be accessed in the MAM.
Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Milestone reached. Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container, enhanced conveyor belt efficiency, as well as the ability to store excess power for later use. An additional project park can now be constructed. Further progress to the next phase is now possible.
All right. We ran almost an hour over. I am signing off. For those of you that stopped by to watch me aimlessly do this whole thing, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again next Sunday for more video games and my mindless babbling. Take care.